All right. Hello and greetings to you, spooks from across the tube. I am Gnarly Quack, although my friends and enemies call me Carl. And I am back. And we'll see if the Creative Commons licensed music that I spent a week finding gets a bogus copyright claim submitted against it by Twitch and subsequently muted. But that's a problem for another time, for after the stream, I guess. Right now, I'm back working on Dr. Strangetest, my testing framework for PHP. And I think I left things off in clean shape last night. I guess that was last night. So you can just take a look. Looks like it. Yeah. And so we're gonna pick up where we left off. So we basically are now parsing use statements and PHP source files, and then associating those with the files that they're in. We're basically sticking them in this namespace info class right here. And so now we can use those to do further resolution of test names in test dependencies. And that is going to all take place in run.php here. In this requires function right here where we pass in some names. And so now the goal is that we can use basically what I just said, the namespace information that we have there, including the use statements that we just parsed to in the resolution of the test names that we've passed in. So I guess that's what we'll do. And so we're not quite sure the best way to do this. I guess the other place we kind of have to take a look at this is the test functions, where the resolve test name is actually done. And right now we're sort of using this regular expression to match against identifiers. But I may just want to start parsing this manually. And instead of passing in this default namespace, I may want to pass in a namespace info object, which is going to be whatever the object or the namespace of the calling test is. And then maybe this default class is null. And so then what we can do is, because this resolution is going to be, I think, a little bit of a pain in the butt. Because I guess kind of what we have is, right, if we have something like use, well, foo, or use function foo, that is actually allowable because functions and class / namespace identifiers are namespaced differently. But so what happens, right, this can either be a namespace, like a namespace stem, or a class name here, or this has to be a function name. So if we just get a function, so right, we've got this context, right? If we just do require something like, well, foo, we're gonna want to look that up against, right? We're gonna want to look that up against this and get test function. On the other hand, if we do something like foo test, or I guess our syntax for this is foo test 1. Right, we're going to want to look it up against that foo, but we can also have is context something like foo test class test 1, right? and we're going to want to match that up. And the only way this would make sense is if we're in already some other namespace, like namespace bar, for instance. So this would basically pull in either a namespace or a class name. Well, this would either pull in a namespace named foo or a class in the global namespace named foo. And then this would pull in this pulls in a test function from the global namespace as foo. And so, right, and basically this is a function that we're going to want to match against this. This is a class that we're going to want to match against that. Then this is a namespace that we're going to want to match against this. And I guess there's really no way, right? This sort of depends on somebody using the identifier correctly. Otherwise, we'll just have some sort of bogus identifier. So I guess that's what we're going to want to do. Maybe I'll just keep this open. What buffer is this? 3. Okay. What happens if I just hit 2 now? Nothing. Okay. Oops. And so what I think I will maybe want to do is, instead of passing in this default namespace, we're going to want to pass in a namespace info, I guess. So now I'm just kind of wondering, though, now that I'm thinking about this, what do I say in the documentation now? This would be test dependencies. So specifying test names. So right now we're saying Dr. Strangetest considers any qualified prerequisite name to be fully qualified and attempts to resolve the test name as is. However, if provided with an unqualified name, it applies its own name resolution. So are we actually doing that now, I wonder? So if we get a namespace, right, we left trim that namespace. So that is true. If provided with an unqualified function name, it's resolved to either a method in the current class or a function in the current namespace. You can force resolution to a function in the current namespace by prepending the name with double colons. You can force resolution to a function in the global namespace by prepending the name with an opening slash. If provided with an unqualified class name, it resolves the name to a class in the current namespace. You can force resolution of the global namespace by prepending the name with blah. So what we'd be changing here is Well, I guess we're not actually considering them to be fully qualified names, right? I guess we can. So what do we want to do? If we get a namespace name or a class name and we have a use statement, we want to swap that out. If we just have a function name, we want to swap that out. Otherwise, maybe we don't necessarily need to parse this, but so I guess this is. I feel like this is something like we left trim this thing. Namespace. Right, stir pause. Or just regular stir pause. I don't need. And if in this case, I guess we do want to include. So we're going to get the stem here, right? I guess one potential problem is we are not prepending or appending the namespace separator onto the thing, but basically we're going to get something like you know, it is set, whatever we call this. Use stem. Then like stem is going to turn into something like that, and then rest is going to equal the namespace is going to change into stem and rest, something like that. Meanwhile, down here, if we have a class, this is going to kind of go to the same thing here. Yeah, class is going to go to that. Right, and that's going to include, otherwise we're going to set the namespace to the default namespace. Or this is going to go to something like default namespace name, I guess. I guess that's kind of what we're going to end up with, right? Of course, I feel like, right, we need to do this normalization here with these using stuff, which I'm not sure we've actually explicitly done that. So this is going to change, I guess, to a that. And that is going to feel like this is no longer going to be, well, I guess we can just still make that so either we don't have a default class, or we don't have we're in the global namespace and there's no namespace separator in the default class, or that, I guess. So let's just see what that all breaks. So what do we have in here? We've got I feel like this namespace should go. So where are we calling this here? Where's namespace coming from? There. So what if we change that to this is what in class info. So I guess class info. This goes to a namespace info, and then we have what? Function info. Which that's going to have impact on discovery. So we have access to the file here, right? Yes. So one implication this has, though, is we need to change when we create this actually needs to happen here. So that does mean we're going to have to kind of start off, I guess, with like an empty namespace name. Hmm. Well, so what are we saying? Token name. So this is going to be something like that. Token use as or namespace use as equals use assert, and then this is going to be namespace up here. Where else do we have namespace? guess this is kind of what we're saying. Well, this won't really matter because that's going to go to that, I think. Same thing up here with classes, I suspect. Yeah, so what was this class? All right. Wait, what are we doing here? Wait, why was that not a problem earlier? Oh, because we're overwriting. Okay. Here. All right. So function namespace. Although, what are we doing here? We're just creating this right away. So I think we can just go. I think we can just do that. All right. And now we've got, what, 206 here. That's right. We really only need that. We really only need that for those tests. We don't need that in like the general situation. Um, hmm. Because here we're not even right for directories. We're not even like these directory setup fixtures. We're not even like parsing the or we're not even really keeping track of the namespace info. We just need to know the namespace to tack on to the function. So hmm. Makes me wonder if like having that namespace name is useful there, I think. Or your function info. But now, right, I was kind of talking about we have this function test that doesn't is having a hard time justifying its existence. What do we have here? We have I guess I'm just wondering now, maybe it's worth, right, because we only need this information for tests. So I'm wondering now if maybe we put that namespace information in the test. And I don't know, since the only classes we care about are tests, that information technically should be in every class. Um, so there we could put it, I don't know, there we could put it in a class, I guess. I don't know. Right, this method info points back to a class info. But I guess like also, right, we don't necessarily need that information on the class. we could put it in the method test. So what if we do that? I guess kind of the one non-ideal thing is, right, then we're holding this for every method when we really just need to hold it for every class. Or are we? Well, right, because it's okay. It's a namespace of the right. We care about the namespace of the parent class, so I don't know. So we're talking about taking that back to string. And we're kind of talking about doing that. So I don't know what that looks like. So this is going to go to back to that in that, I feel like. And so this go for a method test, that goes to that, and then this just goes to that. All right. So I think here in make tests we might have And so is this function from reflection? So I guess test namespace is going to equal file namespaces test namespace. I guess that's what I feel like that's going to be. That just broke things even more. So what's going on here? Edit test discover. We're in here. Test discover file. What are we doing if oh. Oh. Yeah, we end up with this kind of default namespace or global namespace by default. Hmm. So let me go back to Discover here and maybe just well, let's go back to test. Hey, Elpers, how you doing? What happens if I do that? All right. Right. So now here's where all the broken tests are coming in. Oh, okay. Is it morning where you're at? I forget the I know it's what is it? Is it tomorrow? So it's like Wednesday? Okay. All right. Cool. Well, have fun in Tokyo traffic. But good luck dropping off your daughter. And I'll probably be here for a couple hours. I don't know. I guess I'll try and knock out a couple things. So I'll probably be here when you get back. All right. So this is in. I wonder if I should just. Uh, what do we have here? Oh boy. I think this is going to be in resources, directory conditional. So this is going to be, I think, and this is also going to be condition, I guess. Oh, and of course we need the empty namespace. Okay. Um, oh, this is all name resolution? Oh no, I've got a bad, yeah. This is also just condition. Boy, I misspelled everything about that. Okay, now that should blow up all my errors again and stuff, right? This is turning into a pain in the butt to test. What are we doing here? Oh, that's right. It's the same. It's the same. Right. So where are we here? We have conditional A has this namespace, but then that looks okay, but then Whereas, let's see here. Conditional A. Oh. Oh, that's right. Okay, so we need to so this is going to be discover directory. Oh boy. So what do we have here? We've got file. Directory, so file. So we have for file. Okay, file. Test directory 2, test 1. Okay, so is that it? That might be it there. Okay, 460. What is going? Oops. Okay. So I guess it's all in here. So this is going to be tests, test runner. What do we have? Resources. What do we have in here? Directories, I guess. And Oh, test directories. I'm a little bit confused at what, okay, well, test individual paths. So what, resources directories? What do we have in here? Okay, so we are calling that, but I guess I don't understand. Where it's actually getting this from. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Oh, test individual paths. Where? So path is set to resources directories. Okay, that makes sense. So we haven't changed the path at all. Start run. So the first thing we do is we make these tests. And the directory, so the directory is what? Um, I'm a little bit confused how this test is working. So expected, what do we have for tests? Right, this is tests. Okay, so we assert run here, and we just flat out pass tests into there. Oh wow, okay, we're just manually stitching this together. Uh, so we're not getting okay, well I guess we want to look at file so we're gonna have namespaces equals array. I feel like this is what we're gonna have. Still errors. All right. Okay. Well, that still didn't. Oh, what? If that doesn't work, then I'm not quite sure what's going on. Undefined. So why isn't that working? For 76. Guess we don't. It doesn't really matter that we have that, but oh, because it's okay. So that sorts that one out, and now I think everything is here in test name resolution. Well, I guess the first thing we can just do is make this kind of. Right, and that theoretically will fix all of that. Okay. So what are we all testing here? So okay. What do we have for classes here? We've got. So I guess we want to say something like let's go like 3 equals to 1, 2, 3. I guess we'll do the same thing there, right? Let's do this. So I guess so this is going to turn into and let's just see what that comes out to, right? That should Oh, that's right. We need to swap all of these. Yeah, that doesn't work. I guess one problem with this is, right, we now have introduced kind of a potential name conflict between whether we resolve to a method name or to a function name. Hmm. Hmm. Because, right, if you just type in, say, test foo, then should we resolve to so if we have a class, there's a class, when you find the class in use, then we just use that. Otherwise, we set the namespace to the default namespace. Otherwise, if we have a default class, okay, so at this point, we either have a class or we don't, right? And I guess they're saying if okay. Let me think about this for a second. I need to take a quick break. So I will be back shortly. Well, and I'll think about this while I'm gone, I guess. What am I trying to do? That's what I'm trying to do. All right, be back in a few minutes. All right. Looks like I'm back. So, let's see here. Now, when we capture this, this is such a gnarly regex. Okay, we have the optional. Oh, welcome back. I guess the music worked. Hopefully traffic wasn't too bad. I don't know if you heard me on the way out. I told you to good luck in the Tokyo traffic. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, I feel like if you can avoid driving, that's the best way. Okay, so um this might be the most complicated thing I've tried to do in this framework so far, just this stupid name resolution stuff, but I'm going to take a stab at it. Thank you. So if we have a namespace, basically we want to pull off that stem. And if that is not false, then we, oop, that was my own timer. I forgot to turn it off. um, although this sort of changes the semantics of having the leading, that leading. Oh, it's just a beep. Yeah. I guess it's friendlier, but it still has that like, whenever you hear the sound. Well, at least for me, whenever I hear the sound of alarm clock, even if I'm awake, it has that kind of feeling you get when it wakes you up. That kind of unpleasant, like startling feeling. But I guess that's friendlier than the creepy noises of the dark of a very dark alley. So I guess what I want to do here is, so we'll just look for that. Oh yeah, yeah. And that sounds like such an unpleasant ringtone too. Like, why would you want an alarm sound? Is ugh. Anyway. Okay, so before we just munch this, what we want to do is we want to look for a namespace divider. I guess if that's 0, then we just want to set, right, that forces us to the global namespace, and where's our substring here? And we just want to, I guess we just want to left trim that. Okay. Otherwise, so basically, shouldn't have deleted that. Okay, so if we get a 0, that's explicitly in global namespace, and we don't want to do any more resolution. But we do want to trim off that leading namespace separator. Otherwise, if we get false, actually, I guess if false, then stem is going to actually equal that namespace. And namespace is basically going to equal the empty string. Otherwise, stem is going to equal well, basically, this is going to go to oof, I cannot spell. So if there's no namespace separator, we're just going to look up that whole namespace. So if it's set, then we just set it to whatever it's set. And once again I misspelled namespace here. Otherwise, we pull off the stem. And do we have the trailing? It looks like we do. Otherwise, we grab the stem, we look up that stem, and if it's set, the stem becomes the use, the rest becomes the rest of that namespace, and then we rebuild the namespace from the stem and whatever the rest was. Okay. And essentially we're going to leave class alone, but I think what we want to actually check is that your class isn't the namespace is declared, because I think right now actually we may forbid that. We may forbid that. I think we actually already checked this in the regular express. So now if we have a class name, and that is set, then class is going to include so we at this point we already know there's no namespace. So if we find the namespace in the using declaration, or if we find that class name in the using declaration, we just use that and leave namespace blank. Otherwise, we grab the default namespace name from the current namespace. Otherwise, if the default class has been provided, so we have no class name and we have no namespace name, but a default class has been provided, we just use that, and that's going to have everything we want. Otherwise, I kind of almost want to bump this up here, to be honest with you. So then at this point, we have neither a namespace name nor a class name. So at this point, if the name we have function equals that. Essentially, I think I want to do one. So right. So if we have a class and it's in the use, then we just set the class and we're done. Otherwise, we grab the current namespace, and if we have this double whatever to basically force us, right? This is exactly what this is supposed to do. This is supposed to force us to a function in the current namespace. So we just null out the class. Otherwise, so actually, I think what we first want to do is, if we have a default class, then the namespace is already included in the class name. And so we set class the default class. Otherwise, we have no namespace, no class, and no default class. Oh, hey, Splev. It's going all right. I'm working on kind of this last nitpicky feature. See what this does. How you doing? Oop. Well, so much. Oh. I have a feeling that's going to break horrendously. Let me see where that failed. Oof. That was in 110. So yes, that's right. Example 3, right? I think that's right. No, it's not ready. And I'm probably only going to do like a 0.2, just because like there's no user base really. So I kind of like a little bit of more real world use before like pushing out a 1.0 release. But I'm kind of working on like the last big feature. There's a bunch, and then it's kind of just going through the code, and there's some cleanup I can do. There's a bunch of to-dos I want to knock out, but I don't think those should take very long. And then I'll probably do like a 0.2 release. So tonight, kind of the goal is to finish up this last piece of functionality, and then depending on what time it is, I might also I noticed the documentation for migrating to 8.2 was out, so I may just kind of look over that and see if there's anything I need to take care of. But I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Oh, no worries. It's a small number. Guess it's bigger than 0.0.1 though. So in this case, we're going to have 3 test 1. And so what are we doing here? This will be 1, 2, 3. Actually, I'm just going to call that test. No, wait, this is going to go... Oh, awesome. I forget what, there's been a few people bouncing in the chat. I forget, like, what you normally do for, what language you usually work in. I have a feeling I messed that one up. So 117. Oh, right, we're not in a thing. So this is going to be a class and example. Right, is that what we got? Yeah. But I think I screwed this up because we're missing... Oh, no worries. I said I forgot what language. There's just been a few people in chat the last couple weeks, and I couldn't remember what language you normally use. I guess the problem here is so if class, then I guess we kind of want to use the stem too. Equals oh yeah, that's right. Are you like looking to switch jobs, or are you like me? Are you part of the great? Well, I don't know if it's outside the U.S. the Great Resignation, but are you in between jobs? I guess would. So let me think about this. If I guess we want to swap this, right? So basically, if we have that, right, that's going to force us to basically an unbound class, so we're just going to use the default namespace and then set the class to 0. Otherwise, we're going to trim off the two quotes. And if we find that, then we're just going to use that for the class. Otherwise, we didn't find it, so we default to the default namespace. And then otherwise, if we have a default class, we just set that. Otherwise, with the functions, then we grab that. Otherwise, okay. This seems like a bit of a mess to me, but I guess that's why I have tests. Oh, okay. Well, that helps too if that's also something you want to do. So what's going on here? What's going on here? So we're using 3, right? Yeah, I guess this is the same. Oh, that's passed. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's true. so I need to, sort these out. So we actually got was 3 food tests in 125. So that doesn't seem right to me. So what's going on? We have a namespace. So I guess let's maybe just break on this here. So what I want to do, if let's just do that. Right, this is what we're getting, 3 foo test. So let's break on source test.php. Oops. On where are we here? 217. Okay, so evaluate the name, evaluate default namespace, evaluate oops, evaluate default class. Okay, so we can skip this assert. Guess I should have put that break after the asserts. Okay, so we got 3. Pos is 5. Okay, so and what is namespace? That's 1, 2, 3. That's 6 characters. All right, so 0 equals pos, which is not, is not. Then stem equals. Then we're going to want to evaluate the stem, which is 3. Is that what's going on there? So I see what's going on. I guess what are we actually doing here in Discover though? All right. Let's just see what we're doing here. Okay, so we do have that. Okay, so the problem is, oops. Oh, I guess I need to take out. Okay, well now we have other failures. So let's see here. Um, so we're actually in example 3. So now why are we getting that, I wonder? And that was on 109, right? So, okay, that should be... I'm not sure that's actually correct. What is... what's... Right, let's go here to use function. So let's do... Oh, I don't have... I don't have any output. There it is. So what do we have? Use, so that... Okay, that looks okay. Right, so that makes sense. But I may be having that, just screwing that up in, Actually, we don't want to include that. Yeah, that's so where are we here? If namespace, we don't want to add one to that. Yeah, I think that might be that. Um, okay. So I guess I have that working basically. Uh, so that should really be null, I feel like. I guess that kind of almost right. Instead of going to this, that should go to this. So we null up the class and then sort of reset the function, I guess is kind of what we're saying. Oop, well, that failed. If that's not set, then otherwise, I guess we're going to that. Okay. So this logic seems a little gnarly. So if we have a namespace, basically, let me just walk through this. We look to see if we have a slash in there. I kind of feel like this should never be the case. What happens if we do... Of course, PHP Stan's going to yell at me about that. Right. Okay. That's kind of what I thought, right? Because we are picking off the... we're hanging onto this trailing namespace separator. So we can remove that conditional. So we just grab the stem. I guess we can maybe just set that in here. Okay, so we have no namespace, but we have a class. So if it's just these two dashes, then we're going to unset the class, but then we're going to look up the function either in the current namespace to see if it's a use, and if it's so, we just grab that. Otherwise, right, it's presumably a function in the current file, so or it's not explicitly imported, so we just grab the default namespace. And otherwise, if we actually have a class, we want to snip off the colons on the right, and then look that class up. And if we find that, then we grab that class, and which will include the namespace, and tack on those colons again. Otherwise, we look up the namespace and the current namespace. Otherwise, we only have what looks like a function name. So if it's in a class, then we use the default class. Otherwise, we're not in a class, so then we look up the function. And if we find it, we use that. Otherwise, we use whatever the function name is, and then use whatever the default current namespace name is. So then we tack everything together. And that's our result. And we can take this breakout, I guess. And then I guess I kind of have one more to do in here where I mean, that's basically it. So, because we have this here, this I feel like should return null, and we also have that, we've got that working correctly, and we've got that should return a null. All right. So that's kind of cool, I think. I feel like I may want to think about that a little bit more when I'm off stream. Make sure there are any use cases we're screwing up. And I kind of do feel like I'd rather parse that than use that regex. I don't know. Because what we can do is well, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. But kind of as we go, we can sort of check stuff as we're going and maybe swap out as we're going. I don't know. So I wonder what I all broke here. It's not going to fit. Let me go private here. Just oops, wrong private screen. Want to use that one. Want to use my holiday private screen. Halloween. Looks like I am logged in. Huh? What? Why would node actions have anything to do? Okay, well, 7.4. Well, thanks for... Why would you do that? Why would you remove all those annotations when I want to actually look at the test that you're yelling at me about? Actions checkout. This here. Who knows? I guess I'll have to read this. I'm an action user, I guess, huh? So using versions for actions. All right. Well, this I feel like this must have something to do with who knows? Oh, version 2? Who knows? Okay, well, I'll sort that out later. But the short of it is all our tests are passing. I guess I just need to switch that to version 3. See if that stops it. Am I talking to myself? Anybody hanging in chat still? How's it going? So I guess you're nice. That must be nice. I mean, do you like working at home? I guess you work remotely. Oh, nice. Are you like your own boss or like an independent contractor? You have a friend. He's a web dev. He's worked for himself for as long as I can remember, and I kind of really respect him. I know it might be a little bit different if I was working for a big company and working remote, but I kind of feel like if I was working for myself, it might be a little bit more of a struggle for me to like stay focused. I don't know, because like I'm my own boss. I don't know. Oh, okay. All right. And I'm just kind of starting looking, so I kind of don't know sort of what the sorry, what kind of the potential of working remote versus working what do they call it, on site, I guess these days. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Huh. Yeah, my friend, he seems pretty happy. And I think he must do a good job of sort of, even though he's at home, he like has his workspace and then his non-workspace, which I guess is pretty important when you're working at home. Yeah. Well, I was laughing. I feel like that's the flip side of with like during the pandemic, all these companies going remote. It's like, oh, well, if you're at home and you're not coming into the office, you're always working then, right? So it's like I'm laughing because it's kind of like the exact opposite. Where right, if home is the office, then you're always working. But I guess then your wife's like, well, if you're home, you're never working. Ugh, what time is it? I guess I'll go a little bit longer. I just kind of felt like taking a little break there. Yeah. Well, that wouldn't be any different work, right? It's just you don't need to surreptitiously put headphones on when you're at home, right? At work, everybody puts their headphones on and looks around, like peeks over the. So I guess that's not actually a question about getting GitHub to stop yelling at me. Well, you know what? I'll check out work. So what do we got here? We got actions. Jip merge actions. So, oops. So we'll delete actions, and I think we should be able to using. And then I guess there's one more thing I want to look at. And that is the stuff with, so okay, so oops, yeah. Loves being helpful. Okay, so we're gonna go 1 equals test. Oh, so let's do this. Let's use function 1 test 1 and then use 2 test class. So let's just try that. Okay. So 1 is an instance of a closure. Wait a second. What is going on here? All right. So I think all we can really do with a closure is reflect on it. So oh my gosh, stop it. Well, actually, I guess so that is that. Now let's go 2 equals new test class. Actually, I guess what we'll do is we'll just do let me just make sure I didn't screw that up. Okay, so that makes sense. Here we have test 1. Oh, that should be 1. So can I go really crazy and be like, I can. That's crazy. That is just outright craziness. So let's see what happens here. Okay, so So what we'd like to know here then is whether reflected is a method or not. Is there a way we can tell that? Um, Reflection function abstract. All right. I guess. So I guess I'm just wondering. So oh, will closure tell me if it's bound? You have an answer. If binding works, the closure will have a this bound. So just bind it. Hmm. What's the problem here? Oh. Hmm. Oh, that's not okay. His pound is bound. So it would be nice to kind of support this first class callable syntax for like these test dependencies, but I don't know that there's a way to figure out if we have a method or not. Which is kind of what we need. Keep forgetting to silence my phone. Hmm. I feel like I went down this rabbit hole once before. So much unhelpful information here. All right. So I don't think we can support that as much as I would like to. Oh, wait a minute. I guess I think we can. I take it back. Get closure scope class. So that would be dope. Yes, we can. Okay. Yes, we can. Uh, get closure this. Okay. Um, so that's cool. That might actually be fairly easy. So this would go to I don't know about that. I guess it would just be an issue of type hintiness. Is that what we're saying? Does that make any sense? Oh, I'm still in. So requires. I mean, I kind of feel like what this is going to go to is if is string name, right? We're gonna get that. And actually, this is going to go down here. Otherwise, insert name instance of closure. So we're going to have so I guess what we'll do is we'll just do name. We'll start with that. Or what are we calling this? Resolved? Resolved equals this. If actually, I guess we'll just do class equals name. Get closure. What the heck was this function called? Get closure scope class. Oh, what we need to do is we need to reflect this. So the result, that's going to be class name reflected name, I think. Otherwise, resolved is going to equal just reflected name. And I guess we'll set class and reflected here. And we'll do the same thing here. We'll unset namespace and a class. And I think that's a yeah, a language construct. Somewhere I've got something messed up. 197. Oh, is Is that it? Is string? Oh, true. True, 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 true. We need to figure out how to... You know what? We'll just set name to resolved, I guess. I don't know. Of course, the only question is where do we use name as well? Is that it? Looks like it. Well, it shouldn't be. I disagree with you there, PHP Stan. Right? We're always setting resolved here, which is always a string, no? What the heck is that? Was it PHP Stan? Was it dump type or something? Guess we'll find out. Oops. Dump type string. Dump type string. Well, I guess, right, what are we doing down here? We're like, okay, I see what's going on here. I agree with you, PHP Stan. I take it all back. Maybe not. So what are we doing here at the end? So, we count the number of results we have. And we increase the number. So if the names is the results is the number of the names, then I take it back again. I disagree with you, PHP Stan. So what are we shoving into dependencies here? Resolved. So name, not that it matters because we postpone here, but then, so why do you think between from here down here, where you're okay with name being a string here, and you're okay with it being a string there, why are you not okay with it there? I don't know about that. So where do you give up on this? What do you think it is there? I think it might be a closure there. Oh, this is still... I find that kind of strange what it's doing here. Right? I bet if I stick this one line up, it thinks it's a string. Yeah. I don't even want to think about what it's doing here. I'm not gonna lie. Uh, I kind of almost wonder if I want to file a bug report on that. Although I just filed like 2 bug reports and I haven't even gotten a response to them, so that puts me in a somewhat ungenerous mood. Although, also, both in his defense and not in his defense, he has something like over 700 open bugs, so. Or I guess I should call them issues, because they're not all issues are bugs, I guess, right? Oops. Yeah, 749 issues, so, oh well. That's a lot of issues, but oh, is that like an official, is that officially part of the like the WordPress thing, or is that like a third party tool? Oh, nice. Did you figure out what the bug was, or did you just How'd you even find that? Oh, wow. This is one of these bug reports that, it's scary. I guess that's the only thought that comes to mind. I don't know. Right? Am I understanding this right? So does it matter if you echo? So this right here, you're saying calling this method on this object causes an Ajax error? Right. I'm not completely out of touch, right? Ajax are requests from the browser, right? It's like JavaScript requests from the browser, right? Asynchronous JavaScript and XML, I think that's what that stands for. Wow. All right. Huh. So bizarre. So bizarre. What are my I guess as long as we're sharing bug reports. Let's see here. Issues. Show me mine. Oh, is this still open? I don't even remember this one. So what's going on here? Let's see. Let's show the release results. So what am I saying? So when specifying an array type variable, see, basically arrays are so broken here. So check this out. We have a template here, right? This is just a result, if you're familiar with like Rust or anything. But literally all we do is we take this value and we assign it. And this is some sort of templatized value. So here I'm saying result is an array of ints. So if I do this and I try and make an array of 2 ints and I try to make that, I get some error. Line 29. It should return an array of ints, but it returns an array of, basically I think this is saying 2 ints. And then here, if I create it with an empty array, that's fine. But if I try and set it to an array or append, right, overwrite the empty array with an array of ints, or an int array, or even just append an int to it. Yeah, it doesn't accept, right? But here, right, if I just flat up return ints, this works. So it knows this is an array of ints, but if I try and pass it, I don't know. It's, I mean, I hate to, I hate to be critical of like open source software that's useful, but it's just one of these things where it's like, what is going on, you know? Oh, this is a fun one. So this one, apparently, if you try and do a loose comparison between an object and an integer in PHP, it results in a notice, like a notice, like an error notice, which if you have an exception handler registered that just converts errors to exceptions, that's going to generate an error, right? So here, if I basically just wrap this in a function that takes two mixed, it says, oh, this is never going to throw. Even though right here, I'm getting an error, right? You can see right here, I'm comparing it into an object. And right here, it's saying, this is an error. But if I hide that behind mixed types, it's going to say this never throws. So that's a little bit more understandable, but it's still kind of like a little bit weird, I guess. And then I have a closed one. Where's the closed one? Actually, I have a couple closed ones. Yeah. This one here. So this one I think he fixed, but I said you didn't really. Uh, so here I'm saying this should return either an array of true or null, or an array of null or true. But if let's see here. Why isn't this working? Let's see. This actually does seem to be working, but return null or int. That should not work. 30. Oh, huh. He must have fixed this part of it. But they're still, I don't know, maybe this stuff works now. Who knows? Oh, right. This is broken. This should return an array of strings or an array of ints. But it's allowing me to return both ints and strings in an array. And here you can see it's saying this should return an array of ints or strings, but it returns int or true. Same thing here, right? This should be bool or null and a bool, but right here I can return two bools. So so what was going on here? Yeah. So what was my original example? line 10, I would expect no error. In line 30, I guess I was complaining about the error message here, but I was also saying, look, right, you know the type's coming back here from do foo, right? This is either true and null or null and true. So, right, this is sort of mimicking like the first field is an error and the second field is a result. So if error is set, right, then that means result is null. But if error is not set, then that means the second one is true. But it couldn't figure out that I was passing a bool in there. It was saying I was either passing true or null in there. So that's what the original report was. But it's still not, yeah, returning ors. It's still collapsing the types. But anyway. I think I'm gonna take a water break. What time is it? Yeah. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'm gonna creep you out with my scary music again. All right, back in a few. All right. I don't know. I was kind of thinking it'd be a cool project to to oh yeah. I kind of saw that. I wasn't really sitting here waiting for it either. I just happened to sit down right then, so I guess I know how long my water breaks take. But I was kind of thinking just because of like these issues, like it might be fun to also write like a static uh, analyzer for PHP. But that would be a ton more work than a test framework. And for that, I'd probably only support PHP 8 or later if I was going to do that. But um, I would probably only want to do that if I was actually working in PHP again, like regularly. Because like one of the things too is I mean I don't know if I was parsing like tons of files, like right, I'm already like my test framework was already parsing files. And right, so how many lines of code are in my tests? I don't know, 8,900? I mean that's not super huge, but um and how many files? 100 and something files. But right, I'm running, I don't know, and how many tests do I have? 272. So again, it's not like an exorbitant number, but right, I could increase the amount of tests by 10. I could have almost 3,000 tests, and assuming linear scaling, right, I'd still be under a second to run all that. So I just kind of feel like um granted the parsing we're doing is really simple too. If I was building a full-fledged parser. Anyway, I'm just kind of rambling. I just think it would be a very cool project on top of it. But it's one I don't really want to take the time for. All right, so where am I here? I guess and I feel like PHP would be a little bit nicer to do that for too, rather than say like Python or something, because it's actually building like type awareness into the engine, into the interpreter. So it's a little bit, although generics are still kind of an issue, but I don't know. Although I find it kind of funny that it's like this dynamic language, and then you have all these people wanting, we want generics, and I'm like, it's a dynamically typed language. But anyway, this is where I get my gnarly quack name from. I'm kind of ranting right now. Yeah. Okay, so I think I want to write a test for this, and then what I want to do, I guess, is this would be what, a test runner, I guess test dependencies maybe? Because that's really what we're doing here. So is there something simple I could do here? Let's maybe just take a look at what's in here. So dependencies. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll do edit. This will be oh, I gotta make this directory though. Um, oops. So we're going in what depends pass test to first class callables. So I wonder why I did that. That was a little bit dumb of me. Use, I guess that wasn't too dumb of me, but okay. So, but since this is limited to, right, first class callables here, what are we saying? PHP 8.1. So, where are we here? Well, let's just use strange text, strange test. Ooh, you know what? We can get really fancy here. We can go context. We can go function assert identical. Oops. So now test, and this is going to be first class callables. So let me just make sure that passes. Ooh. Okay. Looks good. So this is going to be what was this, test 2? So set 2, so 1, 2, so let's just go 3, 4. So that should be 3, and that should be 4, just so we like know reasonable stuff is happening there. All right. Oh, you know what? I think I can I may actually need to I guess one thing else I want to check before I commit this. What branch am I even on? Okay, I'm still in work. I guess that's what we're saying. No, I don't. If I wasn't streaming, I'd probably have music on. Um, but I kind of, and I guess I could turn some on, but uh, since I don't want to put like copyright or, I actually kind of care about not streaming copyrighted music, so I would probably have to use Pretzel Rocks or something. And um, not that that has bad music, but it's probably not my first choice of music. And plus, after a while, I get tired of wearing headphones or earbuds, actually. Yeah. I don't usually. Sometimes I'll switch the genres. Um, and I usually go all over the place. Sometimes I'll put on like classical. Sometimes I'll put on like surf rock or something. Or sometimes I'll put on some sort of electronic music. I don't really have sort of. I mean, there's things I don't like, but outside of those, I feel like I don't really have a kind of a stereotypical thing that I listen to. Yeah. So I feel like this is not. What happened here? Oh, I guess not. I didn't do anything. That's what happened. So let's just see what we get here. Oh, so we get invoke. Okay, that makes sense to me. I mean, I guess that doesn't really matter, right? If we get past some bogus closure, we're just not gonna find that as a test, presumably, right? So what is I'm not sure if a that is a closure. I guess we'll find out. Okay, 24. Oh, so it is an instance of a closure. Okay. So this will be interesting. Oops. So class is going to equal, we're saying to class name, otherwise no class. This closure has no class. Now, what I'm mildly curious about is what if now we go foo equals okay, and we get basically the same thing. Okay, so that's fine. So if we get some sort of bogus closure handed in there, then it just won't resolve to a test. What I want to say, writing tests, test dependencies, specifying test names. I guess we'll call it prerequisite tests a string or first class callable. Okay, PHP Stan. You want an exception? I'll give you an exception. Oh. Now, throw. Oh, somehow I. Okay. Okay. That might actually be nice, right? I don't know. Like some of this stuff we can maybe actually, if there's ever a point where we don't support anything earlier than 8.1, 50 years from now. Uh, we could maybe even drop all this parsing and stuff. But anyway. Okay, so let's add this. This is going to break some tests because, but I just want to confirm that it does. Prerequisites. So everything from 8 and earlier, I think, should break. Yep. I wonder why we're getting different exit codes. I guess it just must be the interpreter. All of these I feel like should be a parse error, a syntax error. This should be. Huh. I'm not quite sure I was expecting that. What is happening there? Let me just take a look at that. I expected that to fail, but assert events. Oh, is this in 33 here? Yeah, okay. I expected to get some tests back and I didn't. All right. I probably need to structure those a little bit better. So I guess 5.6, that'll probably turn into a parse error. Yeah. And then, yeah, so that, okay, so that just like causes the PHP to bug out completely. But then in 7, it starts throwing an exception that we catch and just return. Okay, so that was so I have Hegel to thank for that change. I haven't seen him And I think he usually pops in, or she, when when I stream in the morning. Yay, the lights are going green. Oh, well, I have a typo there. I keep doing this. I keep typing is instead of if. Okay. Okay, I guess I guess I don't really see any reason to not merge this into trunk. Get rid of all these other branches up there. All right. Well, I guess kind of the next thing I want to do is actually go through this document. Oh, I still have my documentation up here. For the migration for PHP 8.2. And just see if there's any to-dos that come out of here. Constant type system. Perl DBA OCI OpenSSL. Okay. Guess I don't really care about new functions. Oh, I guess this must be okay. I thought this was its own module, but it must be some sort of submodule or something under sodium. Don't care about constants. ODPC, standard glob. I don't think I even use glob, do I? Oops. Okay. So how do I do, is that? And for Perl, okay, so that got me stuff back, but that did not. Okay. Boy, this would have been nice if this had been the case, but whatever. Much, much earlier than 8.2, I guess is what I'm saying. Because, right, one of the reasons I had to write my own function to normalize PHP identifiers is because these were locale sensitive. That seems like actually a fairly huge change. Well, anyway. Do I use string split? No. All right. Okay, this already dealt with because I was breaking my tests. Ooh, wow. I don't even want to think about what that does. Or these. Other changes. They are no longer closed on resource destruction. That doesn't necessarily mean a lot to me, but okay. Oh, okay. So I think these just returned any negative or positive integer, and now it's specifically these three integers, which I think I do use those. Um, stir case comp. Those I use. Okay. Oh my gosh. So they did change it. There was some stream where where is this? In Discover? So check this out. Where are we here? This must be around 1528. Oh yeah. So I have this little Lexer here, and I want to do basically I'm using this function, and there's so many. I feel like this doesn't even begin to. Yeah. So first of all, I need to handle whether this offset. So let me just pull up. If you care, Alpris, I could just move on, but it's just. So here I need to handle if offset is greater than the string length, which is the haystack. Because in different versions that gives back different answers. So I guess I can even just throw this into. But it's crazy how many times they've changed that function. Actually, let me pull it out and stick it in the side tab here. And I kind of wonder which VOD I did that, because I was like, oh, what are the chances they're going to break this for 8.2? And I don't know if they actually broke anything, but. So what was I checking? I don't even remember what I was checking. So haystack equals foo and maybe needle. I don't even remember. I wish I could find that that VOD where I was messing around with this. So it's substring compare. I guess let's just do this. Haystack, and what's the signature? Needle. Because basically what I'm trying to do here is see if I'm at the end of a string, essentially. So this is going to be needle. And this is going to be stir lane haystack. And what am I doing here? I guess null and true. So that is 8.2. This is the answer for 3. But then below that, so this gets super crazy here. Right? So starting from 5.3 to 5.510, length is greater than 0, isn't it? Oh, right. It doesn't accept null for length. It doesn't accept null for length. Then from 511, it gets hung up on this. Then for 512, so just this one subversion, and then in this one, it just casts null to 0, so it gives back the wrong answer. And then back in 7.0 port 11, it's like, oh, length can't be greater than, the offset can't be greater than the length of the string. And so then now it just changed the output in 8.2. So that's just that one parameter. Uh, well, actually, that's right. There's two conflicting parameters going on there. So I have to manually calculate this length because it doesn't get sort that out until 7.2. But then even so, I guess I can just copy this. It's max haystack, and then well, I don't even right. It's a stupid calculation. So length is going to be 3, I guess. Let's just put 3 in there. I don't know. Oh. Well, anyway, you get the point. I guess it's okay with that. Or no, I didn't do all versions. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess I have the notes here. All the way back to 7.0, I need to explicitly calculate the length. So up until 5.5, it throws an error if null is passed. Up through 7, it doesn't throw an error, but it silently converts null to 0, giving the incorrect result. So yeah, it's just crazy how many times this function has changed. And now they've changed it again, although it's less of an issue than it used to be. But I just find it funny that I remember commenting on that, the chances of them changing the behavior again. And they did. They did it. They took up my dare. Oh, so that's nice, I guess. I don't know how I feel. See, I guess I can be a little bit snarky here, but I guess I don't know how I feel about that, right? Where iterator to an array actually wouldn't accept an array, which seems a little bit dumb because it's like, well, if it's already an array, just return the array. But on the other hand, it could also be like, well, if you're passing an array, but of course, I'm actually doing that, and I have to explicitly check to see if I have an array to avoid that bug. So I don't know. Because I feel like there's maybe an argument to be made to not accept an array because it's like, well, if you have an array already, then don't call this function, right? I don't know. Huh. Get image size now reports actual image dimensions. That seems like a good change. Get image size. Does not actually return image size. Check the docs on that one. Okay, so I guess what I'm saying here, right? We support PHP 8.2. Isn't that exciting? So what branch am I on now? I'm in update. So let's change this 1 to a 2. We have PHP 8.2 support before 8.2 is even out. Hopefully, I don't know, maybe that was a mistake. Hopefully they don't go in here and change something major. I guess that would be a reason not to do this before it's actually released. But I'm living dangerously. Is that all I need to do to support 8? 8.2 is add that. I guess so. But we'll put a big smiley in there. All right. Oh, that's right. I'm in work. Okay. Well, I think with that, I'm going to call that a stream. I got done pretty much everything I wanted to do tonight. Even got a little bit of ranting done, I guess. So it's been a productive stream. Oprah, if you're still there, thanks so much for hanging out in chat, keeping me company. And if anybody's lurking or watching the VODs after the fact, I also thank you for joining me. And I guess I may try and be back. I don't know. I actually have a follow-up interview tomorrow afternoon. So I guess depending on how early I get going and how confident I am, I may try and stream tomorrow, or I may try and do another stream in the evening after my interview. But anyway, yeah. A's and win? As and win? Oh. Oh, okay. I get it. Yeah, I hear ya. Yeah, I'm just kind of trying to keep it regular. But yeah, so I'll try and do it tomorrow or maybe tomorrow evening after my interview, depending on, like I said, how the morning goes. But yeah, thanks so much for joining me. And until next time, whenever that is, I bid you peace and take care. See ya.